No system audio, huh? Probably want that. Well, what's up with that? Oh, wow. Guess I'll go to my sound settings. Hey, there we go. Day 199. Wow. Almost into the 200s. Yeah, I'll try this band deck. People were chatting about it yesterday. Give it a spin. I guess there's an infinite. You have Doc Orlock, and then you can have Aang flip out Appa over and over again, and just flip each other. Infinite 1/1s. Could be fun. I made a couple changes. I didn't like the blink enchantment. I think it looks like dog shit. It's looked like real bad in the games that I've seen people play in limited. I'm just gonna have some get lost. I always want like a couple of removal spells. Basically every single time I test a deck in standard, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna cut the worst card. I'm gonna add some get lost. Hate get lost, but you know, whatever. You do what you gotta do. Sometimes you gotta get a Quantum Riddler out of your way, Howdy ho. What's up to Prince? How's it going? Not sure about that quad pick your poison. Not sure what we're doing with that one. Oh, actually, I think I want an instant speed thing for opposing Riddlers. Paw patch formation. Yeah, let's do a mix. Actually, I'm just going to do 3 of these. Actually, going to just do no pick your poisons. How's it going? It's going well, Radley. Just waking up. I have not had a sip of caffeine yet. And I've got a terrible gas station sandwich for breakfast here. And it looks like I forgot to grab my wrist braces, so I'll have to do that in a bit. But I'm excited about today. I'm excited to jam some standard. I'm excited to go see Aether Realm and Omnium Gatherum later. A couple mellow death bands. I've already seen Aether Realm. These Verges are not getting me to double white, are they? That's my alarm to wake up. Yeah, whatever. One real cool thing about the ally deck is you could play Quad Cavern, which is real pleasant with Aang. No, my lies. I needed those. This band deck seems kind of bad against a pile of sweepers and Wraths. Like, even if I do the thing and make infinite tokens. Should play another. Let's play another. Possible I should have just ran out the Bramble Familiar from hand and then left a 2-mana Aang for rebuilding after another sweeper. Gotta stack these triggers. Oh, ship it up. Hey, Sim Spiral links to the Sob, the 91 months. Serves me right, trying to ambush a poor innocent, defenseless little fish there. Oh no. Well, my breakfast is consumed. I think that's just gonna be about doer. Actually, hold on. Was Transformer the beginning of the Next upkeep. Okay. Not helpful then. I was like wondering if Get Losting my own stuff would have done anything for me. I'm gonna pack this. And we can play a post-board game here. Wonder if Tideminder's where it's at. Oh shit, what up? Hey, man. Thanks for the sub. Interrupter, pretty reasonable against sweepers. Haven't been loving Bramble Familiar. I guess it is a little gassier than Gene Pollinator. Maybe something like this. Maybe even play Tidebinder over a couple dorks. This looks good. Let's jam this. Yeah, I think it takes like, I don't know, some bit of time before the caffeine actually hits your system. Sure. Just gonna slam this guy. Kind of hate this spot. Very vulnerable to the sweeper now. Also, I shouldn't be trading the Aang, right? Like, I have the Infinite Divine Nature's Rhythm for the 4-drop. I guess I got to flip this guy. Yeah. Fat lot of good that does me. Yeah, my initial instinct to tutor for the 4-drop with Nature's Rhythm while I had my dorks, and then just like exile a bunch of my stuff. I could have exiled the Aang even. Would have been pretty nice. And then if they play a sweeper, then the Aang here gets to be the follow-up. Sure. Let's just concede this. This is like not gonna be our best matchup. I kind of don't know what our best matchup is. I feel like this deck's probably got some inflated wins just from people not knowing what the fuck is up, and then like a couple days in with it. You're gonna get less of that. I'll give it another match or two. We don't know what format your brother plays, Horn Dog. Usually doing the newest set, which is now Avatar, is a good bet. But it's hard to like really know. In general, a Magic player is not going to be unhappy, even if you get them the wrong kind of booster. So Doc could play a 3-mana Quantum mid lane. That almost appeals to me more than the rest of the deck. Hey, sup, it's your girl, Summer. Yeah, so far, I've just not been nearly as thrilled about this Badger as literally everybody else in the world. It's been, like, fine. It really reminds me of Lotus Cobra. And Lotus Cobra was also, like, totally solid. I mean, it saw a shitload of play in Standard. But at the end of the day, a dork's a dork. So far, it's been, like, exactly as good as it looks. Is this the Bant-Ang Infinite combo? Trying to be. You like it in formats with Urza Saga? Yeah, I don't even know how thrilled I am about that. Like, you can just play the Crucible creature if that's what you really want. I guess the idea is that it costs one less, and you're like using it for mana in the interim. Like, I saw someone like really jazzed about rebuying a Wasteland, and I was like, you know, you can't actually just green sun for a Crucible lock. I don't know. If it's in Simic aggro, yeah, it looks really good in Simic aggro. I saw people playing it in like black green mid range though, and I was like, I don't think this, I don't think this belongs here. And fetches. I mean, if you're not getting anything from the passive, then getting a fetch back is not appealing. That's like, in terms of ramp, that's like an actual rampant growth, right? 2 mana, put an extra land into play. I'm not saying it's something that would like never come up or never be good, but again, I'm less excited than the rest of the universe. Hey. And just like that, we got infinite. This is my first time pulling it off. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. The Aang was supposed to hit Appa. Oh, well, we hit one. It's okay. No worries. We hit one anyway. The tedium begins. No, this is the fun part. This is the fun part. What are you talking about, tedium? Don't mind me. Yeah, the only tedious part is those extra Aang triggers, Wait, can I put that for 0? That's wild. This is, like, probably good enough to win. I just hope my opponent's having a good time. This seems good. Rug Cauldron. Yeah, I saw people testing Rug Cauldron. Do you think it looks good? With, like, loot and stuff? I don't think we want to be doing much here, sideboard-wise. Almost like Tidebinder over Get Lost. I'll play one of each. Is Dimir a good matchup? I have no idea. This is my second match with this deck. Yeah, good morning, everybody. You always thought Redshift had potential. The red-green 2/3 tap, add X mana of any one color. Rexes its power. Okay. You're only using that on abilities. Oh, you're just using that as a better better infinite with Sleep Cursed Fairy. Sure. We could try it. With the Winter Night stories, I kind of want some Riddlers in there. What deck have I enjoyed the most? I don't know. I had like a little bit of fun playing Blue-White Flyers yesterday. Most of yesterday was running into like the first half of the day I could only play against Dimir, and then the second half of the day I could only play against Blue-Red. And so it was just like blue mages unsummoning my things and tapping my things like over and over and over again. And even if you're winning those matches, it still got a little tedious. So it's hard for me to be like, oh, I'm having the best time. I fucking love this deck. You know what I mean? It was. Oh shit! What up? Hey Triplin, thanks for the 109 months. I have been kitoed. Kind of an odd attack, right? They reset their Flood Pit's Drowner. They let me kill the Kaido. It feels like they time walked themselves. "40 consecutive streams? That's so many streams, Driflin. So I guess the idea is you just like ang your own Bramble Familiar. And then you can fetch quest for 2 mana. That's kind of sick. That's kind of good. I was like sketch on the Bramble Familiar, but if it's like a reasonable thing to do even when you're not comboing. You think people are too quick to deploy Kaido? I think playing at turn 3 is when you want to play it, but you should probably not cash it in to tap a Mana Dork for a turn. That's probably the not ideal part there. Let's quest! Countering him. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Dr. Yokelhops, thanks for the sub. Thanks for sharing the prime. Yeah, I figured that out, Armorank. It didn't matter. Which means that I need to go to full control before I actually find out that I've got an APA or whatever. I guess when I'm looking through and seeing what card, I can click full control and then click on the card. I guess that works. Well, that looked way better, It seemed like there was like a little bit too much going on for my blue-black opponent to deal with it all. Like they're trying to like apply pressure and stuff. Whereas the hard control deck could like play a few counters, play some sweepers. I'm trying to do mana dork board presency things. The sweepers were pretty good. That's my main concern with this deck. When I played against blue-red the other day, it seemed like a lot of them were playing like pyroclasms and stuff from the board too. Morning, Badagaboosh. Falls off to Torpor Orb. Makes sense. Oh, yeah, there is a Torpor Orb in Standard, too, right? Someone played it against me the other day when I was playing the weapon manufacturing. And it just, like, shut off all my weapon manufacturing things. Tapped Sacred Foundry turn 1, huh? Yeah, Bramble Familiar is kind of fucked up to airbend, huh? Yeah, very possible that was supposed to be my sweeper recovery card. Just like the fetch quest in exile. Oh, I tapped like an idiot. Because the Pollinator needed one of them to tap if I was going to play Aang here. Well, shall I... I think they're staring at a No More Lies and staring at my Doc Arlock like, One basic? There's one basic in this deck? It doesn't seem like enough. Okay, I'll pay now. Got me. Which of these would I rather get countered? Probably this one. Because the Aang's like 2 things. Surely this one will resolve. Oh shit, it did. Yeah, I like this Aang card a lot. I don't know if this is supposed to blink out my elves or not here. I kind of want the elves around and tap for mana and stuff. Yeah, I'm just playing my 3/4. Why didn't they use that to fizzle my map, I wonder? Also, Helix is a good reason to have targeted the Appa Hum. Like, if those 2 map cracks had found me 2 lands, I'd be very much in this game. And they could have just fizzled it, right? With at least one of them with the Helix. Awkward ass mana here. Yeah, the Fountain Port's just good to like draw a bunch of cards. I'm fine scooping. Our development is too far behind. Something like that. Seam Rip against Torpor Orb is really clean. Is it? I don't think the Dragon's deck is playing Torpor Orb, of course. Because all the dragons have comes into play abilities. You like it better than Heritage Drang? It is mostly for the like the blue-red prowess stuff. For sure. Gonna pollinate so many genes. I had someone crooning about how good Gene Pollinator was the other day. I was like, you realize we used to just have Birds of Paradise? I could just play like actual good cards. So I feel like if I slam Aang, they're just gonna counter. But if they don't counter, oh boy. This Aang doesn't feel great. Even like attack for 3 and play, that doesn't do anything. Hey, good night, it's your girl Summer. Oh, I once again needed to hold control first. Before I got excited to click on it. I got excited to do the clicky thing. Yeah, opponent's mana was not working out for him that game. I was sitting there with like just blue and red. I was surprised they didn't crack their land. It's a nice mixture of things. Oh, it's a one-lander. I think we have to send it back. The Airbend enchantment is good in this deck. Why is that, Sky Hazar? Why do you like the Airbend enchantment in this deck? You do need to hold full control for the Appa if you want to tap the creatures that you're targeting. The enchantment combos with Appa, it's a single blink, right? Like, is that really a combo? And none of your stuff that care about creatures interact with it. I'm skeptical, if you couldn't tell. I think there's likely a reason that people are playing 2 and not 4, and I think it's likely that number will go to 0 pretty quickly. But that's just what I think. A replacement for Aang during the combo. Which card is Aang? This one? Oh, I see, because it can blink out the Appa. There's like 10 cards with the same card name. So there's actually 2 Aangs in the deck. There's the Bant one that gets a creature, and then there's the 3 mana one here. Silly. You're airbending the enchantment, Diabor. Aang also only airbends something once, right? Anyway, I appreciate folks explaining. Clearly, I'm new to the deck. Maybe you're getting confused with the infinite in the deck. Right, that's what they're talking about is the infinite. Like you use Appa to blink out the enchantment, just like you would use Appa to blink out the Aang. A protection piece for board wipes. The enchantment? I don't think it is. We're talking about the enchantment right now. Oh, this doesn't do anything, does it? Hitting the split up, they just play it for 2 mana. Can do this. It does not have flash, no. As a card, it's pretty bad. I could see it playing like a couple copies as redundant combo effects, but I still don't really like it. There are quad doctors in the deck, yeah. Yay. All right, I'll put the Ascension in. Look at me burning more wild cards. I fucking pretty much always regret not having any get lost. We can do that. Big Lebowski. I think that's my most watched film, at least as an adult. Yeah, I kind of hate seeing it in my opener. But I guess we keep this with the idea of airbending whatever their turn 2 play is. Unless they're control, in which case we just don't do anything. I'll play it anyway. Oh, Brother Out There is great. I think Hail Caesar is my actual favorite Coen Brothers movie. I rewatched a Serious Man the other day. Love it. Remanding a consult seems fine. I guess they get to kick it later. How's the new standard so far? Kind of miserable. Yesterday, all I could play against was blue, red, and blue, black. And today, I'm only playing against blue, white control and Jeskai control. Cut Quantum Riddler for into the Flood Mom. Just like any interaction. Yeah, my instinct with the deck was to cut the Airbender's Ascensions and play some Get Loss, just so that there was like any interaction at all. Flood Maw is interesting. If I play the other Badger Mole Cub, then I can get 6 mana, right? Which lets me do this. Should have done the second main phase and attacked with Aang and then blinked out Aang. I'm gonna blink it out now anyway. I should have blinked out the Ascension there. Ultimas have felt very popular, yeah. I don't know what Cub has to do with it. It stops the lane from going back. Oh, because it says end the turn. I see. I see. Clever. Oh, maybe I should blink out that Aang so I don't have to deal with the triggers, huh? Yep. What is this deck? We got ourselves a little infinite here. In every loop, I'm gonna grow my breeding pool by 2 and blink out one of their creatures, so opponent is a very dead. Once we exile all their creatures, though, we can just focus on pumping the breeding pool. Why would I show you this? Think of your wild cards. This deck's got some good cards in it. Like, Steadfast Guardian and Aang are probably going to get played in a lot of different decks. Not the worst thing to spend wildcards on. Do we think they were aware of the infinites with Dock and Standard? I don't know. I assume, right? All right. So we just got to do this loop. It's 12 now. Every loop we get 3 more damage. Opponent's at 22 life. They got a lot of nerve being at 22 life, in my opinion. My clock might not give me enough time here. Like the rope's going. I think I need to do backup control. Kind of want to try and untap some lands, but I don't really see how to do that. Like level up the Ascension, use that to untap, have mana for an Aang. Very early on in the turn, I was thinking that was going to be the play before I started looping. It was pretty awkward that I like literally was 2 loops short and the clock was just like zooming down. Because I actually ran out of time. Oh, but airbending's free. I don't need to untap lands. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the Airbender Ascension could have been in the loop to untap my Verges. We do get that nice, satisfying attack. Oh, it didn't matter if they had 2 mana either. It was because we Aang, and then if they have 2 mana to play it again, then you Appa it. You Appa the Aang, and then you Aanged and counter it again. the clock burning down when you're actually taking game actions is part of why you uninstalled Arena. Yeah, that was a little frustrating. Like, if I was on Magic Online, I would have been able to just use my clock there. I'm very close to. My lies. My beautiful lies. You want to cut the mana dorks from this deck? I think the deck becomes very clunky if you're cutting dorks. Get my map on. Awkward. Ooh. Oh, and gets transformed from Riddler warping out. That's funny. I guess I'm going to counter that. Yeah, I think the deck slows to a crawl if you got the Dork Zardos. Man, am I sick of playing against control decks. Let's play this deck a little bit. A little bit more obsessive pursuit action. Big snake action. That's the name of the game. Yeah, weapons manufacturing and obsessive pursuit are the two main ways of just generating a shitload of artifacts. There's a little bit of tension in this hand of like, what do you play on turn 2? Might depend on what the opponent's about. The candy trails are new. I've just liked them in other engine type decks, and this deck cares about artifacts and sacrificing, so it made sense to me. Little blue-green something over there. Beauty. Yeah, I want both of those. Hey, thanks, Warren. Yeah, it should be a good time. Kind of regret playing the Obsessive Pursuit over the weapons now that I'm here. Could run out the candy trail. I think I prefer holding it for post-manufacturing, maybe. Yeah, you got it. Next turn, I'm probably gonna sack the or play the candy trail, get my surveil on, look for the snake, crack the other candy trail, and try and play a snake. I think that's my plan here. That's where I'm at, Warren. That's where I'm at. Legion Extruder is not what I was looking for. Give my 1 mana scry to. I guess Legion Extruder could have killed the Beastbinder. Just like play it, shock, sack a. Sack of munitions. Not how I was hoping that turn to go. Awkward. Yeah, they got it. They got it. We're gonna bring in Clasms, but not Fire Magic. I think Fire Magic's a little slow. I'm gonna cut Journal, because it's also very slow. Shiva Candy Trail. Shiva Torch, because we're bringing in Grim Baubles and Clasm and stuff. Oh, let's play one of those. Has the red-black version felt better than the Jund one? No, it hasn't, and I'm trying to figure out why, Lemium. I think I just like haven't been drawing Rottenmouth Vipers often, which isn't really like build specific, right? And just, like draw specific. So yeah, Molten Collapse is better than Betrayal here. Oops, that's 61 still. Damn it. You assume the red-green guy makes the deck less reliant on the Viper hand? I don't think so. The deck's still pretty mopey when it doesn't have a Viper, regardless of the version. And most of your nickel and dime wins come from Legion Extruder. Spitting out 3/3s. It is like one more body. I wonder if just like having one more body in the deck matters. Definitely don't need a second manufacturing. The red-green guy enables more one-shots. Yeah, but that's from sacking to the Viper. Like, that's still a Viper-dependent synergy you're talking about. If the red-green guy's one-shotting people, it's because you sacked a bunch of things to the Viper, right? Alright, I take it back. I want my backup manufacturing. Could just sack Candy Trail here. Yeah, let's do that. No Pyroclasm handy, but I can get this guy off the board. And I suppose I kill another one of these things, huh? The extruding will continue until morale improves. Once again in the Viper waiting room. Sitting the Tyvar here doesn't make any sense because they can just give it indestructible. What an odd little tune. Would you like to attack with Tyvar? Yeah, it added it to my chill playlist. It's a vibe indeed. Interesting little attack. Excuse me. Attacking for 3 here isn't crazy. Not attacking is also not crazy. Both totally fine. I think it makes sense to play it a little slow against the Ouroboride. Fuck your universe. All my creatures are a billion deck. The Lava Spur Boots could have gone on the 3/3 maybe. Tyvar attacking, not attacking, it doesn't matter. Come on, come on. Yeah, losing the Onslaught there is not ideal. Sure. I figured they'd be pumping the Tyvar here. Maybe they want to grow it first. They got enough of a board. It's possible I need to give them some 1/1 counters just to, like, kill their fucking rabbits, just to shrink their board a little bit. This is kind of what I mean about this deck feeling worse than the Jund deck. When I was playing the Jund deck, I do the Snake more often, which is not not really logical, right? I don't really know why the opponent's turn's taking so long. Sure. Pyroclasm would really hit the spot. So they're not holding up the Tyvar activation because that costs 5. They just have 3 mana up. Probably some pump spell, though, in their hand. Hey, we found ourselves a Viper. This all looks good. Well, I'll spread my threats out. You gain more life if you pump the Viper, but gives them 1 thing to jump instead of 2 here. Well, we did a reasonable job treading water until we finally found our thing, huh? I wonder if I should be on 0 Moxite, all Candy Trail all the time, baby. Kind of like that idea. Sure. Yeah, the issue with this hand is we don't really have any interaction. Oh my god. This is one of the reasons that like the deck sometimes plays three weapon manufacturing instead of four. Not a fun card to flood on when you need artifacts to trigger it. I think the plan is turn 2 weapons manufacturing and then draw an artifact, any artifact at all. It costs 1 mana, and then you can go weapon manufacturing, play the 1. It'll be in a good spot to Rotten Mouth on 4. Or we could just draw a Pyroclasm, huh? That would buy me a little bit of time here. What if I'm just like naked weapons manufacturing, naked weapons manufacturing, sack them both on turn 4 to make a 6/6? Wouldn't be ideal. No value, no shocks, just 2 mana, make my eventual Viper and cost 1 less. Well, that's another devastating onslaught. I've liked that bird. Yeah, right? 1-drop artifact does kind of get me there in this turn. What about a 4th weapons manufacturing? I think they're going to flash in another Wan-Chi, maybe. I feel like the odds of your draw being quad weapons manufacturing, 2 devastating onslaught, and a Viper is very low. It's just very unlikely to happen. First time I've seen it. All 4 manufacturing with no artifacts to trigger it. What if we had airship here? Oh my god. I was surprised at the number of people that like were jazzed to watch me pilot airship because they'd seen Spike play it in Modern. I was like, this doesn't make any sense to me, but it'd be kind of like watching someone show Intel in Emrakul and Legacy and be like, hey, Caleb, you played Emrakul in Standard? He's like, well, no. Huh. I think I get like pecking in their percussionist beats as opposed to Candy Trail on 1. Yeah, I've gotten airship to work in limited a few times. I've also like had it work in limited and have it not be good enough. Played against somebody testing it in standard in like a mono black. They were like beseeching for it. And they got it on turn 3 or 4 and doubled it. And then they just died as I was just like attacking with green white critters. You must pay the tithe, Llanowar Elves. I actually hate that, Llanowar Elves. That one specifically. When you were collecting alt arts, I was studying the blade. Ooh. It's a good scry tomb. I think I might just be dead here. Yeah, I think I'm off Milded Moxite. Perfect draw is due. I agree. At least we haven't been facing blue control. That's a good point. I switched over to this deck because I'd rather play with it against the blue control decks. Just slam an Obsessive Pursuit. I've also not gotten to play this deck against control yet either. I've only played it against green decks. So that would have been useful. But as soon as I switch archetypes, not necessarily even to combat control decks, but just because it would be nice to get some reps in with this deck against control decks. I think I'm going to switch over to that black-white control deck that I was monkeying with a little bit the other night. Could play the manufacturing. I think I just like cracking a clue. Just draw a card. Wonder what their hand is like if their turn 2 play is just Innkeeper's Talent go. I think that bodes well for us. Two games ago was close to a perfect draw, and then we drew 2 other weapons manufacturings. I mean, if we'd drawn any artifacts at all, that draw would have been okay. We did have the X spell with the snake, which is kind of what you're looking for. Dinosaur. Are they comboing? Interesting. I'm gonna get some pressure down. Oh, interesting. I think when you sack a clue to Legion Extruder, you should get to draw a card. These raptors, so hulking. Oh, I should have killed Trailblazer before they got to draw a card. Silly meme. When they played the second raptor. Okay, time to crack a clue or two. If I hadn't chumped that one turn, I could actually attack in and get the Obsessive Pursuit counters here and gain some life and stuff. So I'd be at 7, but then I would be like gaining 6 back. Be an interesting back and forth. As is, I think I'm just going to chump. Come on. The Tithing Blade's actually not very good, huh? Because they just sack this. And then, like, attack for the win. I kind of regret leaving it on top. Oh my god. Oh, I once again could have just killed the Baloth with the Brawler trigger on the stack. Why do I keep missing that? What's wrong with me? Pretty big difference, right? Between taking 7 and 14 here. Magic's hard, I guess. Yeah, I need like Viper plus this turn. Viper like plus the X spell, then I didn't find either. Alright. Fair enough. No, no fun. Deck's not cooperating. It really isn't. It's odd. I feel like the Jund version did pretty well for me. I just have not been able to win a match with red black for some reason. Anyway, I wanted to play this deck. I still don't like the Solemns and the Vestige. I kind of want some like mid-rangey threat. Oh, what about that Bat God? Is that thing still in standard? I don't think it's still in standard. Oh no, it looks like it is. The one of Solemn. I'll play another stab. This song is by Teho, Teho. No Ketchermos. Ketchermos is a card that you need to build the entire deck around from the ground up. That is not one you should be questioning just not being in a random control deck you see. You've got black and white colors. Why don't you play the 3-mana do nothing? Because it's 3 mana and it does nothing. Why not Heartless Act over Shoot the Sheriff? There's a lot of, I mean, like, this deck's spraying a bunch of 1/1 counters around, right? That's a pretty good reason. Vomit. I think I'm still probably supposed to stab there. The thing is, we have like 5 sweepers at 4 and 5 mana. And then we also have a couple of sweepers at 8 mana. So getting the Maze Mine down to get my Scry on makes sense to me. Oh, let's just play that. It's like the whole reason that card's in the deck, huh? Just be a big old wall. Earthbending onto your Sanctuary is kind of cute. Aesop Lead Troll. Hope you're having a good one. You've been drafted the new set? Nice. I haven't really been able to crack the new set. My win rate hasn't been, like, miserable, but it hasn't been good either. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing wrong yet. Obviously, if I knew what I was doing wrong, I would do something else. I think I want that card. Alright, little fish. You gotta buy me a turn. Opponent's got 8 mana. If they have a natural hoof in hand, this is a win. They don't have the mana to tutor for hoof, though. I think they only play one copy. Rhythm for 4. Getting Horrible Ride. Deal. Pollinate them genes. I'm so glad I thought of Aclazance. I wanted some like mid-range value thing that wasn't like dead against aggro or control, and I was having a hard time. Bonjour, je m'appelle Jean Polliniteur. Ce n'est pas un Jean Polliniteur. Alright. They're doing some kind of go wide thing. Some go widey business. I guess we just bring in sweeper number a billion. You feel like this deck performed better against opponent's draw than Red Black Manufacturing would have? Maybe. Manufacturing might have just like won on turn 4. We just didn't get that draw at all today. I think I want the third authority of the consoles. God, can you imagine playing this against the band deck that's trying to go infinite? I guess they can get it off the board at a certain point. In their loop. They got enough stuff going. Double Iron Craig's a little awkward. Maybe I'm supposed to have an Ultima. Maybe I'm supposed to play Ultima against all these Cubs instead of the Extraction Sweeper. I kind of like that the Extraction Sweeper isn't just like the most dead ever. Huh. Well, this is awkward. I like that the Extraction Sweeper is not the most dead ever versus Control Decks and the like. But maybe that matters little right now. Yeah, I think I'm on literal Wrath or Bust, Hey, good morning, LaBouge. Hits all your own artifacts. Oh, I thought I only hit vehicles for some reason. But hey, fair enough. I wonder if I can stabilize after triple blocking Ouroboride. Probably not. Yeah, they killed both my fish. I think I should have just jumped off. No, they got my mana wrong. Alright. Alright, you got me. Isn't the new Black Mana Rock better than Irencrag? I'm playing both, Mr. Pappy. I'm playing two of both. They're both legendary. They're both basically identical in this deck. And I am, in fact, running both of them. Yeah, one of the things I like about this deck is that you can effectively have 4 Mind Stones. I shall stab your bunny. Bunny murder? I guess you could call it that. Well, we got the ramp. Can we draw the pamp is the question. But I'm just trying to play control over there. Sure. What are these lyrics? They're not doing it for me. Morning, Negan Mayor. I think I'm gonna scry on upkeep. It's awkward when we have so much mana, not drawing cards. But I feel like I need a little something here. Might even crack this archive. Kind of grab one of the two threats, either a wild guide or recruit, but maybe I should be grabbing pick your poison, huh? Snakeskin Veil or a Boride. A lot of mana dorks in there. So Battleship would have been good earlier. Here it's kind of bad because it leaves you dead on board. If you play it and kill the talent, it only deals 4 damage to the Boride. And then the Boride doubles its power to 8. So I think we just got to draw a card. And have it be a good one. Very awkward to draw a Battleship instead of our 7-drop, right? Because the 7-drop could have answered the Boride. We would have had the mana to pay for. Pay for the ward. Ugin Yam. And now this turn, I think Ugin would be not very good. They have the Snakeskin Veil to protect and stuff. So we're down to like just straight up needing a sweeper here. But a sweeper would be strong. My upkeep scry action. Bitter Triumph does not beat their Veil, so we're gonna bin. Hey, there we go. Come now. Why did I think that was gonna work? And then play Battleship here. Silly me. I just wasted a bunch of mana. I was like, I'll simply shrink it, they'll let it resolve because I'm not killing it, and then I'll play my battleship, and then I'll deal it 4 damage. But that wouldn't even work. The Snakeskin Veil would give it a +1/+1 counter. I don't know what my brain was doing. Yeah, I should have played the Archive here and activate the Fortress and chump. Actually, does that even work? I think they can win with Ban Sing here. They activate, they get a 2/2. No, it's not lethal. I put myself in a real rough spot, though. I kind of dig these lyrics. Well, looks like that little Ouroboros did it. If I'd played the Archive out last turn, I could have cracked it here and drawn 2 cards deeper. Defeat. I feel like that's got to be a good matchup. I've got like the sweepers for it and such. But that game 3 was bungled a little bit. They did chew through a couple sweepers. The fact that I couldn't find a hole, I couldn't find an opening to actually blow up their enchantment despite having an answer was very awkward. They kept on like having enough stuff to make it scary, and then I had to like flail around, find a sweeper, and then they did like played another one off the top, played another thing. This looks clean. Can either Day of Judgment or Hedron Archive on 3. What's a Hedron? Is a weird diamond thing, apparently. Look at that thing in his hand. It was like a... They were like a thematic part of that set for some reason. Are we archiving the Hedrons, or are we using the Hedrons as an archive? The art seems to imply that we're using the Hedron as an archive, but you could imagine the person's a librarian simply taking this particular Hedron to the proper place in the archive. Oh, it's CFT Soch. They should be on something interesting. Well, maybe not. They're known for brewing interesting decks, though. What a day. What a day. They do get their lands back, of course. Hey, what about Rest in Peace into Day of Judgment? Does, like, main deck Rest in Pieces for all this Earthbend shit everyone's playing? They'd still come back, would they? Ultima stops it, but I couldn't play Ultima in this deck. Earthbend says Aura is exiled. Fair enough. Yeah, it seemed like a hard one to come back from. I joked about playing Authority of the Consoles against them earlier. If they're trying to infinite combo, should I try it? Should I throw them in? It seems really dog shit unless they're very specifically infinite comboing. Oh shit! What up? Hey, Stash Squatch. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 2 months. I think I want to leave one Beza in. The end is kind of nice for stripping combo pieces, too. I don't know how much I care about that. Hell yeah, Squatch. I'll leave a bat in, maybe. Nah. It'd just be nice to have, like, a way to win the game, there's all. I think these authorities are going to end up being a bust, but they do seem funny. And what more could you want? Okie dokie. Be be cool if I could extraction that, but alas, I cannot. Yeah, you got it. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Mr. Witless. Thanks for the sob, the 60 months there, the big 6-0. To 5 years? Hell yeah, to 5 years. Good afternoon to you as well, Somnonoka. I think the authorities are good. The authorities keep the opponent from killing me with infinite. They burned 3 Angs already. Do I like Extinguisher here? Maybe Virtue plus Stab is better. Oh, I kind of biffed it, by burning my instant speed removal spell. Because they can reset it to like always have it Ang on my turn, so the bank battleship's never going to resolve. I'd order triggers. That's a good idea. That was a smart idea. How do you actually have 6 again? It's like 2 keys. Shift enter. I did it a few different ways. It's not doing anything. Yeah, I did it with both shifts. It's just like not caring. Why would they not make the most convenient command? One, why would they make it 2 keys? And then 2, most games have like key bindings that you can change. Like even Magic Online has that. Just seems like a huge UI fail. Yes, they're always going to have Aang up to counter my battleship. Well, making the battleship playable, like, yeah, let's play it. Like, they can't kill me here, I don't think. Because every loop makes 2 life from the authority. Oh, they plotted it. Yeah, even though the battleship only costs 2 mana, I'm just never going to be able to actually resolve it, right? Printed an infinite into 1 set. No, they needed Doc Arlock, which was from a previous set. You don't know if this would be more or less miserable in paper. In paper, you could like describe the loop, and I could be like, okay, well, I guess I'm gaining 150 life from authority then, based on what they were doing. Why does it show Battlesphere is free? I don't know. Oh, it's because they bounced the Aven Interrupter. Oh, also, if they even interrupt Battleship, once something is plotted, it takes a turn before you can replay it, right? I think I'd rather have Torpor Orbs than Authority to Consoles against this opponent. The Authorities were funny, but like if they're actually comboing, Authority into Sweeper doesn't actually work against them. This very much is progressing their board. You notice how they have more power and bodies in play? I think so, Mark. I think that's the issue here, is that they can simply even interrupt me multiple times. Even if all they were doing... They have a clock? I don't think that matters. So long as they have time to counter whatever they play on my turn. I don't think their clock matters on their turn. Do I have a favorite breakfast food? That's a good question. Do I have a favorite breakfast food? I think my most common breakfast is like a stir fry. This looks really obnoxious. It does. I kind of deserve it because I did play that deck earlier and comboed a bit with it. Like a hash? No. Just an actual stir fry. With noodles or rice? Sometimes. Sometimes just veggies and meat. And some eggs. I don't mind carbs for breakfast. I don't mind noodles and rice in breakfast, but typically I mostly care about protein. The battleship's not even good anymore. They got Tidebender here. What's happening here? We were just letting the opponent combo, and then I think we're just going to concede. Alright. You'll have hash browns? I'm not huge on hash browns. I'll make a smashed potato where I just like steam the potatoes in the microwave and then smash them, throw them on the fry with whatever my breakfast meat or egg is and stuff. Get it like nice and brown and crispy. I was never a fan of like fucking oily slivers of potato that aren't cooked all the way through when you could have like wedges or fries or literally any other kind of potato. Hey, here we go. Hash browns to you are small cubed Not shredded? Interesting. So my internet browser is putting a black bar over where I type. Does anyone know what that's about? See, diced hash browns. I've always heard these referred to as like breakfast potatoes, but this looks good to me. This is like awesome. There's like some browning, there's like crispiness there. The size of the potato is large enough that I can actually like taste it. You've also heard of them as breakfast potatoes. You would call it home fries. Home fries, I picture as like longer, like just like thinner potato wedges. You like to fry up leftover mashed potatoes. Interesting. I don't know if I've ever heard of that. Do we let them pop off a bit? I think we do. Thought about just playing Day of Judgment here. Like they clearly really want a Bramble Familiar. Opponent is doing the banned airbend thing. Well, I guess I was supposed to Day of Judgment the turn previous. Yeah, discard a card. So if I deadly cover up here, will I be able to extract? I feel like I will, because this trigger will go in the stack. Oh, it's part of casting it. Lame. It just doesn't matter. So they make infinite life, or they make infinite creatures, but we are gaining infinite life at the same time. So what they have isn't lethal. It's like, can they tutor up the Aven to prevent me from sweeping next turn? How much time is on their clock? I actually timed out when I was lethaling the other day. They have 13 minutes. They got plenty of time. Something I like to do with leftover fries from restaurants and stuff, they're always so bad. Like French fries just do not refrigerate well, right? And they get all like soggy and miserable and cold. And if you microwave them, they're kind of bad. And baking them takes a while. But just like heating up a cast iron and refrying them heats them up very quickly, and then you get like a nice crispiness on the outside, and they're nice and hot all the way through. Love that shit. There's a Dave Judgment on the stack. Yeah, but they're gonna airbend the Dave Judgment is their plan. Yeah, air fry leftover fries. Yeah, I didn't hate an air fryer when I had it, but I also didn't think it was worth the space, and I really don't understand why everyone's just rock hard for them. It's a tiny little oven. Cool. That's a cool thing you got there. If I had a larger kitchen, I might have one, but it's just like a non-essential for shame. You bought one of the ones that's like an 11-in-1 for your apartment. You stash yours on top of the fridge. I don't even have a space on top of my fridge. The entire kitchen's just like no space whatsoever. Are we going to start calling boiling water frying? Yeah, right? Well, so actual torpor orb is not legal, right? Oh, actual torpor orb is legal? Torpor orb stops the reanimator deck too, right? Doesn't the reanimator deck's win cons all involved comes into play triggers? I think I can just cut these rest in pieces for torpor orbs straight up. Hire a contractor, pay 50K in remodeling, then you have enough space for the air fryer, right? That is something that we want to do, is adjust the kitchen. It's like, I like most of the house. I like the location. The size is perfect. I like the yard. But whoever designed the kitchen designed it for exactly one person, which is miserable. And we would like to open it up and put an island there. And the upstairs bathroom is tiny and miserable too. We finally got a quote on a contractor to just do the plumbing and the and the bath, like the walk-in shower install. And we would do all the demolition of like taking down a wall, all the flooring, all the painting, everything. And we were still quoted like 20 grand. And I was like, well, I guess this is fine. I guess this is all right. Oh man, I forgot I had fountain ports in here. Wasn't really drawing them. I like that mana base. Nice control-y amount of value in there. Oh, noteworthy that Torpor Orb and Beza are not a combo. But you probably don't want them in the same matchups anyway. Hell yeah, Real Milkman. I am very jealous. Play Beza as a 4/5. No, thank you. It would just come out. I'll just cut Beza when I brought the orbs in. I kind of like this black-white deck. Might be something that I consider for the RC. We got some time, though. We got a couple months. I'm sure Standard's going to change a lot. I don't think anyone is begrudging your enjoyment of an air fryer, Steely Dan. I do think some folks go heavy on the proselytizing for what is a non-essential, like, kind of normal appliance. But it is cool that people have them and enjoy them and get a lot of use out of them. Might bin an extra terminus to Bitter Triumph. I played against this Burrows deck before. I don't think it's particularly impressive. Let's play Beza. Oh wow, I got to draw a card against the Boros aggro deck. Love it. Just fucking mid-range beats over here. Just mid-range beats. Did I play Hasters? Do I want Authority? Trying to dig up an example list. The versions of Boros that I've seen aren't playing that one drop. Well, whatever. You don't get why Twitch lets you comment when you're not live. When I'm not live, it's very helpful to be able to comment, because it usually means that I've had an internet crash, and then I get on with my cell phone service and I'll let folks know what the situation is, whether I'm trying to restart or if that's the end for the stream for the day. That's pretty me specific though. Pretty streamer specific. I still don't really know what the opponent's up to. First right trample lifelink. When it deals combat damage to a player until your next turn. Huh. There's no reason not to tragic this, right? You used to be able to leave comments on VODs. Oh, that's kind of cool. Too much text, kill it. They can activate their monastery. I could make a fish if I want one. I guess. They just fucking parting gusted their one drop. They got a 1/1 counter. Oh, you better believe I'm blocking. Easiest block of my life. That's gonna feel bad. They just invested 3 cards killing that Beza. Suppose. Oh, they didn't activate Monastery. One thing about this deck is it does take a very long time to win. Even once you've essentially got things wrapped up. Airbending the battleship could be fun. How would you airbend it? It's kind of the top of our curve. I would not play the enchantment in here. The enchantment, like, kind of wants you to play a bunch of sweepers, right? I feel like the 3-mana cycler is better than the enchantment. And the 3-mana cycler does not excite. The fish beats commence. It'd been wild if they would have saved it with a Boros Charm there. I think I should have played Verge over the second Fortress. So I got a Bitter Triumph in case of another hasty thing. Yeah, you got it. Sure. Two Legend of Roku's. A lot of burn. Stripping Boros Charm isn't crazy. Could work on crew and battleship. I think I'm just gonna tang. Collect my little bit of life gain here. Oh shit, what up? Hi, Tactical Rangers. Thanks for the 82 months. The Restless Fortresses commence. What card are you talking about? Avatar Yanchin? The Legend of Yang Chen. Yeah, I don't think this is great. Maybe it's okay. It fulfills that it kind of reminds me of that that Elspeth saga, right? That exiled a thing and then brought something back later. I could see a world where it's better than Ankylosats. Gotta be mana value 3 or greater. It does exile, which is nice. Should play some Badger Cage. Last time I played this deck, I got my shit rocked by a bunch of sweepers. I bet, actually, that it's like kind of a terrible deck to be playing in a field of people playing that band deck. I can't really like play Torpor Orbs for it either. I could play... What's the Torpor Orb that's actually a creature? I've got some comes into play abilities in this deck too. I've got Angs of my own and Riddlers and yeah, I wouldn't be able to play that here. Yeah, Doorkeeper Thrall. And then I think we still played blue-white. And probably even play that cat. I still have golden selected. I was like, what am I missing here? What's the... Oh, the Doorkeeper Thrill stops Aang from working. So I guess I'm not playing. Or maybe the Thrill is a sideboard card. It probably should be. Kind of like the idea of playing the Hosers. What's the cat called again? How the game's been? They've been okay. The deck that I like takes like a billion years to play, so I'm going to switch it up and brew a little bit. No, the drawing. I'll just find it. Yeah, curiosity. Where the fuck is it? Do I not have the maid? I should have them. I'm probably misspelling it. How am I having such a hard time finding a fucking... Oh, here it is. Maybe I'm actually just not playing Spyglass Siren as much as I like that card. Because it's awkward with Doorkeeper and Clarion. And then I probably want some interaction in the main deck. Get Lost is actually not miserable with the Clarion Conquerors here. Hey, Ultralight, thanks for the watch streak there. Glad you're still enjoying the stream. I feel like Mr. Nomad Legacy and Eagle just want me to be playing like all of the one-drop flyers, though. So maybe the map makers should still be in. Comes down before Doorkeeper, too. think all the counters will be on the board. Let's be a little bit more tap out. Oh, the fucking Mistflyer. I don't remember what it's called. The blue clone critter. I can get there just by scrolling through literally every blue card. Mockingbird. Mockingbird copying Eagle is kind of cool. Wan Shi is sweet. Doesn't work with Doorkeeper. I like that the Fabloom trick is like multiple bodies, so it actually makes like the anthems from Legacy and Eagle look better. Oh, Legacy is getting awkward with the Conqueror too. Yeah, maybe they are just supposed to be sideboard cards, even though I'm going to board them in like every single round. And then you play the 3 Aang, and you up the Siren count. And you get the No More Lies back in here. Maybe you're only supposed to play 3 Legacy. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Dog the Bounty Hunter, thanks for the sob, the 5 months there. Oh, I wonder if Spell Pierce is better than No More Lies. Probably not. Then I always forget the name of the... kind of wonder if Authority should be in the sideboard. I don't think so. Oh, I probably want some of the Aura. This might be one that I actually like Sheltered by Ghosts over Get Lost with. Is there an actual Curiosity enchantment you can play? I think there's one, but it's really bad. I think I'm not playing Sky Snares. Let's give this a spin. Almost like a couple starting town. Maybe that's too painful with the Quad Passage. Okay, let's try this at first. I think our 3 drops kind of glumped up. Also, my idea to have all the main deck hate creatures has been removed. We're kind of just on Kaido-less blue-white. Could try splashing Kaido. On the play, almost like it. Actually, I changed my mind. Should have done this pre-combat, of course. I was gonna just hold up No More Lies here, and then I was like, eh. Got me. I wonder if I should be playing the Flash Protect a Creature 2-1. Has anyone tried brewing a standard deck around Planetarium and Ugin? Planetarium? What's that card? I do like that card. I haven't seen anyone try to play it in standard, though. Well, they answered my theme. Does feel a lot like playing Spirits, doesn't it? I want Spell Pierces. I don't want Sheltered by Ghosts. I might want Get Lost. Maybe this is just good. You're surprised I lift out Wan-Chi Tongs. That card's good. I originally had the 2-drop comes into play, stuff doesn't trigger. That was originally in the main deck. That's why. And then when I decided to move it to the sideboard, I didn't make room for it because there's only so much space. One mana, 1/1 flyer. Let's go. Actual flying men, yeah. Yeah, I mean. Yeah, their mana was not cooperating over there. You wish there was a Dreadnought style card in Standard for Thrall? You want to Thrall combo people? Just give us actual Dreadnought. That card could use a reprint, Hey, Demi Man, thanks for the sub. The turkeys are coming. They certainly are. I think I'm going to have a real chill Thanksgiving this year. I guess it's not a land. Lessons. We're playing lessons. Dragons and lessons, yeah. I guess they're playing lessons for the Dragonfly Swarm. Make sure it draws a card. It's a really good sign that Momo is just like always worth a removal spell, always worth a counter. Impressive little Lemur Bat Ally, huh? I wonder if I should have been trying to kill them here. I think I should have. Just take this, go to 1. But then you're like dying to like literally any spell, right? But now they've got a 6/6 trampler and you're at 6, so you're priced into trying to block anyway. Opponent's at 7. Yeah. I'm willing to call that. Spell Pierce seems awesome. I don't think I want Negate. I almost like Doorkeeper Thrall. I don't know if I actually do, but I almost do. I'm just going to play A, Get Lost. I like Feylune Trick and Aang a lot. Shave a Mockingbird, How many times does someone search their library in the average modern game? It depends on the deck. Some decks are doing it like even multiple times per turn. But I think on average, just with like fetches and stuff, you'd get like 3, right? How am I doing? I'm doing great, thank you. Oh shit. I was actually planning on streaming some Once Upon a Galaxy. I think I probably should have just played Momo there. Yeah, very tempting to serve with the Anchorage, but I'm just gonna plink on in. Play a great mobile game? Yeah, it's on Steam as well. Opponent's making this Dragonclaw look good. Vigilance, Trample, Ward 1. Not bad abilities. And it grows so fast, Yeah, cool deck for sure. I mean, they're just dead on board, right? This thing doesn't have reach. Yeah, to game 3. There's no pressure here. I'm gonna mull. This hand is like way lower power level, but I think it's actually better. I think we want to be playing early flyers and such. Multiversal Passage is one of my favorite lands that Wizards has made in a long time. Gives everybody access to like some good fair fixing. Definitely feels like they have a shock handy. I don't think I'm going to crack my map. I think it's just asking to get fizzled. Cat would look nice here. The ward 1 prevents me from tapping that, which is annoying. I'm still going to play this. I'm actually not a fan of where I'm at here. I'm staring at 4 lands in hand. Which is the better design, Multiversal or Starting Town? I know I like Multiversal better. I think with a format that has verges in it, Multiversal is just like a better design. Better design, better card. Yeah, I wonder if I should be playing the Flash critter I was talking about. The Flash Torpor versus Wang Shim. I think they're down to Clown because if I trade off, then there's like nothing else on board. They might just have another one to replace it too. Yeah, we're just it was very flooded over here. I think a cat would have been real nice that game. Help us draw through all that flood. Let's see, it's 1 o'clock. Yeah, let's switch over to Once Upon a Galaxy. This game's sweet. Once Upon a Galaxy is actually sponsoring the stream. I'll put the hashtag sponsored in the title. And they will be sponsoring 4 streams. I think they'll generally be on Friday, but yesterday didn't work out. 4 streams over the next month. And I think they'll be very similar today, where I started off with Magic and then switched over. Be happy to give a quick rundown. This game, I've actually lost sleep to this game. Once Upon a Galaxy. It's just very easy to just do another run. I think it's going to be like fairly intuitive for most Magic players to learn. I was actually recommended it by a Magic player. Throw this in game capture in the overlay. A So I have had a bit of a rough spot. Oh, I bet it actually just fits the screen better here. Yeah. Just use this overlay, just my regular Magic Online one, since I'm full screening anyway. Yeah, so the first like 3 or 4 seasons that I played this game, after I did my initial climb and unlocked characters and stuff, I was in the top 100. After the Candylar drop happened, I like had a huge losing streak as I've just been like learning the mechanics and unlocking the cards for the new champions and stuff. There's a little bit of a deck builder element to this game. You can tell that there were some Magic players involved in the design. But like right now I'm in the 300s, so it's a bit lower than I'm used to. Still solid. Still certainly solid. So the first thing, when you go into a game, you get the option of 3 different champions, and they all have abilities, so you can click on them. This one, when you cast a spell on a character, cast it again. This one, after 7 of your animals are KO'd. Animals, just a creature type in the game. Give each of your slots +1/+1. I really like unlock what the gold here. The gold border is something you unlock by playing the champions a lot, so I'd like to unlock. And so I'm going to be playing the one that I haven't unlocked yet. I'm going to be playing Gokatu, which is okay. Each turn I charge up. Every turn you fall to 1 heart. When you fall to 1 heart, so that involves losing a few rounds in a row. Give all your slots +1/+1 for each charge, then get 2 bonus shops. Oh, it looks like they've tweaked it. Yeah, they did a tweak of all the new cards recently. Not all of them, but it looks like this one got a buff. I think it used to give you 1 bonus shop, and now it's giving you 2, which is nice because I mean the ability doesn't do anything unless you're already losing, so it's just a catch-up mechanic. So you want it to be fairly powerful, I think, for Gokatu to be an attractive champion. And then you see here at the bottom, I've just been using the starter deck. I haven't even looked into throwing together a custom deck for it. This is interesting. It's odd that it's all spell-based. Maybe they just expect spells to fall behind or something like that. The whole point of the deck is that you will see those cards more often than normal if they're in your deck. It's a drafting game. We're going to be drafting cards. And so if these are in your deck, you'll see them more often when you're playing, is the idea there. You're mad at the Animal Princess change? I'm also mad at that. It was very fun she was a very fun champion to win with. And now she is pretty unplayable. I almost never grab Plunder Penny. So here we have our 5 slots. We're just going to be drafting creatures into those slots, and then there's going to be a quick little Auto Battler. I'm usually not high on Auto Battler games, but this one goes by pretty quickly. One of the things that I like about it, one of the things that I really like about this game, is that you don't have to duel in real time. Like a lot of Auto Battlers, there's this dead time where you wait for everybody else to make their decisions and stuff. You don't have that here. What you're doing is you're playing against the ghosts of other people's previous runs. So you're playing against human decisions and human builds and stuff, but you don't have to wait for them. It's their past existence. I think Laser Shark's a pretty reasonable first thing, but I'm going to try Plunder Penny out. Itsy Bitsy Spider, pretty good early game champion. And we just trade here. So when you lose half a heart. When you go even... I'm sorry, if you lose and you have, if it's close, if you're like within 2 characters of the opponent, then you lose half a heart. If you get stomped, if you've got if they have all their characters left and you just got nothing, you lose a full heart, assuming that you have a full heart to lose. If you have a half heart, you're just losing a half heart. Fates isn't bad. Slappy's kind of like Itsy Bitsy Spider, where it's just like good base stats, so you're like less likely to get run the fuck over. Whereas Fates has a good chance to give you some value. The silver. This is a good time explaining silver and golden. When you silver a creature, usually it's because you've drafted the creature and it just shows up as silver. When you draft that silver creature, it's going to get a little bit bigger, and then it'll give you a free shop. So it's a way to upgrade, and then if you see a golden creature later, it'll give you a treasure, which is like just like a relic, or an artifacted magic that chills in play and gives you passive bonuses every turn, which is pretty fun. There's also spells that can turn creatures silver and gold. We're in the early game, so spells haven't even shown up yet, but that'll make the drafting slightly more complicated. Is this on Steam yet? I'm playing it off Steam, yeah. Yeah, well, immediately got a silver creature. A lot of early games are improved by just like hitting a lot of silver creatures, and that's just like kind of the variance of the games. Like now your creatures are bigger than the opponents who didn't find any silvers, and it is what it is. One of the reasons I really like, we haven't done it this time, I've just been doing like normal board presency beef picks, but something I like to do is take those shitty little recruit abilities. Both of these have one where you get these like passive bonuses, and then they're not very good in combat. Like they're 1/1s, right? So you're like probably going to lose those fights. But when you see them as silver later, it's a free pick because you get a free shop out of it, and then you get those recruit abilities again. So it's a way to just like snowball into the early mid game, which is really pleasant and quite a lot of fun, I think. But I haven't been doing that at all this time. I've just been stacking some beef. Basically, I'd like this ability to cash in as late as possible, is how I'm playing it. It might be better to cash it in early on, get that boost for the mid game. But in general, even if you've got a catch-up mechanic ability, you're trying to win your fights. Sometimes you try to win your fights and you still lose them, huh? Like here. My opponent's champion is pretty good in the early game. Your toys have +4 attack and are villains. So there's some villain synergy that helps with that. And then also, like this is normally a 3-mana 0/3, you know? It's like, not 3 mana, it's normally just like an 0/3. And then there's toys that are like, they're typically scaled to be cheap rinky-dink things that give you like a little piddly bit of value. So boosting them all like that just makes it very easy to win the early game fights. One of the better early game champions in the game for sure. At a high level, you really care about the early game or you'll just get rolled. Potion of Treasure Finding is one of the better late scaling common relics you can get. Quests give treasures 1 rarity higher. This is one way to get like the secret rarity in the late game, which is pretty sweet. Currently, we don't have any quest champions. I'm just going to grab a static buff. Just a stat buff to keep on doing well in the early mid game here. I like Captain. I'll Captain it up. Baby Bear could give us some animal synergy. We have 2 animals right now. Wouldn't be the worst. Wouldn't be the worst grab. Oh, we have this Plunder Penny. I wish she tracked. How much she'd landed. Oh, I guess I can just look at it. Looks like she is not hunted at all. Even a little bit. Yeah, let's get the Captain in. This is the slot that I've found Captain triggers the most often. He's not triggering this time, but that is the spot for him. I kind of dig the Mysterious Egg. Feel like we're losing a little bit. Hey, we got a +3 on the penny now. Let's do it. Let's take this shitty little egg. Let's see if that does something for me. Egg just like after 3 turns flips into a random creature 1 higher than your shop. That's going to be a busted creature if we can survive 3 turns. I think we can. If we lose a heart, we're going to get that like huge burst in power. Thanks to my Captain ability. So I think we can get away with it. Let's get a little boost. Oof. First creature didn't even trade. We did only lose half a heart. Is there anything I can do with this True Love's Kiss? Sort of, not really. Gross. Yeah, maybe we'll just swap her out for Boon Willow. Maybe we'll swap Plunder Penny out for Boon Willow. Yeah. Sure. Well, that didn't go very well. I did cash in on my character's ability. If I can survive one more fight, then the egg will flip and I'll get something pretty juicy. I'm going to put Phil down. Phil says if I haven't attacked this fight, summon a copy of me. So you want to put characters that have buffs from being attacked over here on the right, because your creature's going to attack, and then this creature's going to attack, and then finally Phil will attack. It goes from left to right in attack order. So I had Slappy in that slot. When I'm attacked, give me +2 health. Now Phil's the best creature to get attacked. And if I get lucky, if the opponent's creatures decide to attack Phil a bunch, then I could end up beating a better board because of that. Ahab is larger than Davy Jones. Davy Jones does have a nice ability. I might just grab Fairy. Or maybe I should Shrink Tea and just try to win this fight. Hope my egg carries me. I'll do this. Navi heals half a heart, but when you golden her, you gain an extra heart. I might just grab her here and just grab her and pray. Hope that she gives me a full heart later down the road. I might Lightning Bolt. Let's Lightning Bolt. Oh, right, I forgot we get extra shops this time around. I should have been playing differently. The Boon Willow plays pretty well with my captain's passive. Boon Willow supports that. Support just means that it gives whatever the buff is to the creatures in front, so directly in front. You can see the stats on the Mysterious Egg shift when I move the Boon Willow over. But I want to pump the film, because hopefully that's the one they're attacking. There's an argument to having the Mama Bear down here, so that she's buffing that back row slot, and I can move the Boon Willow over later. But I think I'm still holding out a little bit of hope that Captain Mayhem actually does something. Is this the same team that made Storybrooke Brawl? Yep. Yeah, a lot of the stuff from Storybrooke Brawl, a lot of that DNA is in this game for sure. No attacks on my Phil, but it looks like we got to win anyway. And then the egg is giving me a Friar Tuck. So Friar Tuck gives you extra shops if you cast multiple spells. This is an animal, which is nice with my Mama Bear, I guess. Mama Bear is a little underpowered for this spot in the game, but that's okay. There's a Papa Bear. I think I want Papa Bear. Means I'm not going to trigger my Friar Tuck, but that's okay, because the Papa Bear was kind of what I was looking for. Just each fight, give your animal slots +4/+4. And that'll give me some nice mid-game scaling. The guy that made the Alpha Frog Cube is very good at this game. Like, better than I am. I've thought about asking him to come on the stream. Guest for one of these. Give me some Once Upon a Galaxy coaching. Could be fun. I do like buffing spells. I kind of want this Friar Tuck extra turn thing. And Abracadabra gives you a bonus shop of all spells. Should be good, some good value. Interesting. So we could True Love's Kiss the Friar's Tuck and get a secret rare, which I like. The secret rares are sometimes very, very good. Sometimes they're just like garbage and they don't fit your thing, but sometimes they can just hard carry a run. Tribble Trouble was a very good one to get here. So Tribble Trouble says each fight double my stats. And we're actually can like buff it with the Boon Willow a bit, and we just want this card to get very, very big very, very quickly. And we got it fairly early. Like, we're not even seeing legends in the shop yet. Note that you see what I did there? I wanted to get the free silver shop from drafting a silver character, but I didn't want that character in my comp. You can just draft to this. There's a little exile zone here. You can draft to that, and you still get the recruit triggers. You still get the recruit. So, like, if I wanted the double spell from Two-Headed Giant, for example, I could recruit the Two-Headed Wizard off to the side, and then when I played a spell later, I would get both spells. I might just get another free shop from the Fairy Godmother here, though. Yeah, let's do that. Ooh. So speaking of getting recruit triggers, I think I like Mockingbird better than Phil. I think that's going to be my swap here. And we're good to go. And because you're playing against, like, the ghosts of other people's runs, sometimes you do just find somebody who's got, like, an insane run going, and you just get destroyed. You see how that Triple Trouble doubled? It's going to keep on doubling. Oh, yeah. I think what I'm going to do this turn is mix and match this Mockingbird. Gravity Well I like a lot getting early on, or if you have ways of buffing the Gravity Well, but I don't have any of that. I'm just going to grab Horse Armor. That's going to help me with my Tribble business here. Let's put Mockingbird over there. I'll throw Boonwillow on this side. Typically, people put their largest creature in that front because they're trying to, like, hunt with it and stuff. As we saw, like, my opponent had a hunt character there, and they put their largest creature in that slot. So I played a spell that made my creature double the opponent's slot stats. So I wanted to put it in the slot where I expected them to have the largest stats. I'm kind of surprised we lost that. And now that Mockingbird's been buffed a little bit, we're going to put him back over there. The Goldilocks plays pretty well with Papa Bear. What's Boonwillow giving? Plus 25, plus 25. I could just swap out Boonwillow here. Oh, but it's double the slot buff, so it's actually plus 50, plus 50. That's pretty solid still. That's pretty reasonable. Yeah, I think I'm gonna Goldilocks in. Sorry, Mama Bear. Are some seeds unbeatable? No. So there's some spells in the game that can, like, really be game changers. Even if someone's got, like, the most busted build imaginable, you could have a build that you could have a combination of spells that beat it. One of the better late game spells turns one of your opponent's creatures, a random one of their 5 creatures, into a common. And then there's ways of doubling and tripling spells and stuff. So if you fire off like 3 or 4 of those against somebody, it doesn't matter like how good their comp is. They might just be like, "Yep, that's good. That beats me," because they just lose it all. Oh, the Spirit of Vengeance is an issue. Okay. It didn't run into Tribble Trouble. I might put Tribble Trouble on the back row, hoping to avoid. Guardian's interesting. Tin Man would just trigger. The thing is, like, the quests have to go into your comp to trigger, so that's annoying. Like, I would lose one of my characters here. Yeah, Mousetrap was a really good addition. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Little counterintuitive. I did it because I was worried about someone that I'm like not even facing here, but unless we drew him. Lost in the Woods is a good one to copy. Just extra shops, baby. Daedalus. Let's go. Sure. Grab this punch card. Hopefully that does something for me. Ooh, rare Mockingbird would be sick. Don't have anything here. Hey, Subsinaz. Angelica Rush is your favorite win con? Oh, she's so much fun. Moxie's down to half a heart. If I can win here... Yeah, it looks like the Spirit of Vengeance didn't get too crazy. The Spirit of the Vengeance is the main reason I put the Triple Trouble in the back slot. Because the Spirit, like, doubles her power and toughness based on what killed her. And so if she dies to the Triple Trouble, then all of a sudden she's like a 3,000. So if the game went on for a while, that would be kind of a disaster. But now it's just me versus that other person. We can move Triple Trouble back up to the front road, eat up all their stuff, all of their things. We can put Mockingbird back there to gain the most buff from animals dying. Elminster I like. The game's going to go on for a bit because the our opponent still has like 3 hearts, so we're going to have to like win a few rounds in a row. Kind of makes me wonder if I can afford to grab Elminster here and get some buffs from filling his quest. Wonder if that's going to be necessary. On the other hand, maybe Triple Trouble just wins. In which case, I don't want to sacrifice any stats on this turn. I'm just going to do this stupid spell. Prospero auto flips. Is that interesting? Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm worried about my Tribble. Yeah, it's just slamming into the mousetrap. I guess it should have been on the back row. The last time we faced Meow Minx, they didn't have the mousetrap, so I didn't play around it. But I guess I should have left it on my back row, huh? Funny thing that. Yeah, there was a creature on my opponent's board that if it gets attacked, your attacking creature, its toughness shrinks to 1. So we really wanted the Triple Trouble on the back row so that it would have to deal in combat with my front line, and then it would die, and then the Triple Trouble wouldn't get eaten by it. Was our way to win that matchup. Oh well. Still got second place. Not the worst. Does anybody have any questions? I'm very happy to slow down and answer questions. People have thoughts and ideas and questions and all that sort of thing. And how's my day going? My day is going excellent, rather, Gray. In like an hour and a half or so, I'm going to go take a shower. I'm going to drive to a show. I'm going to see some live music that I'm really excited about. I'm going to be seeing Aether Realm, who I have seen before, and they put on a good show. I enjoy them. Some very accessible metal. And then I'm also going to be seeing Omnium Gatherum, who I enjoy a good deal and I've never seen before. Apparently they've been at it for a long time. How do the seeds work? You were reading online. These were other people playing the same seed. Yep, we're playing against... So, like, what I just did here with my Triple Trouble and all of this build, now it goes into a pool, and somebody else might play against my run. Basically, all the decisions that I had, and my cards and where I put them and stuff, they will play against that. And that's what they're going to be playing against. What we were doing here was playing against the ghost of other people's runs, too. The draft pool is not between players. You're drafting by yourself. Asynchronous multi, exactly. That's the way to describe it. How does the seed start? I don't know. I assume that they just like programmed in some runs at the very, very start. Because right now, like, the player base is all playing against each other, or their past runs anyway. No, the game. What happens in your game continues. AA123. So I was worried about killing my opponent's bird and making it huge with my triple trouble. If I had killed their bird, it would have been huge, right? But their decisions are locked. Where their characters are, what they're buffed. We got some choices here. I'm open to Twitch chat. All three of these are three that I haven't like maxed. I don't have the fancy border for them, so I'm fine playing any of them. Whenever you get a treasure, give characters in your shop +1/+1 for each treasure you've got this turn. So I'm trying to farm as much treasure as possible. Goku2, who we just played. And then the Patron of Sweets. The first time that you recruit an animal each turn, sweeten your candy. Candy, typically, there's a range of creatures and spells. Oh my god, that art is adorable. There's a range of creatures and spells that can snowball pretty well off candy. It basically, it just like increases them. Sweetening your candy is just buffing them by +1/+1. Hell yeah, 8-1-2-3. When a card says something like at the start of combat, give all things +X/+X. Are those stats just for the round or permanent? Permanent, cheeseburger. Yep. Doesn't seem like chat's got an opinion. Let's jam the Patron of Sweets here. I like a good animal build. And we're just going to start off with the Pied Piper. I'm going to start off with an animal. And this little this little circle is the sweet counter. I actually don't like how it looks very much, and you have to like notice it, look for it there. Oh man, Beanie Baby. I always try to make Beanie Baby work, and it so rarely works. Something that you can't tell by reading the card is that if you golden this card, if you golden Beanie Baby, it becomes like a really good treasure. It like gives all your characters +4/+4 or something. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. I always go for it. Hell yeah, Echelon. It's a sweet game. I think I would describe it as a comfort game for myself. This particular stream is sponsored by Once Upon a Galaxy, but I've literally streamed the game before. That's how they like knew to find me and reach out to me, because I've streamed before and they liked my streams. They were like, "Yo, good for an airplane. Good for an airplane. Good for an extended poo. Good if you've got a few minutes to kill." Something I use it for that I shouldn't is when I'm having a rough time trying to sleep, I'll fire it up. No, I got a worthless Beanie Baby. And that usually ends in me being like, all right, just one more run, just one more. Several hours will suck by real fast. So we got our first candy character here. Hunt, give my slot +3/+3. If we had not sweetened our candy at all, it would just say +1/+1. So all the candy things are going to scale very well with my ability of whenever I recruit an animal, I get to sweeten that candy. Foul Lich is a nice early game animal thing. We could also just play a candy spell. I think I'm gonna grab Foul Lich. Want to fill that last back slot. Want to make sure my candy gets sweetened this turn. Yeah, Farewell is dying in combat. Well, I could upgrade my Puck with Jill Sunshine, which I don't love. I think I'd rather grab Ahab, actually. Could get another animal tribal thing. I'm just gonna silver my Foul Lich. See another shop. Yeah, let's juice this this Candy Claws guy. Let's see if I can help him like snowball a little bit. Because his hunt ability, when you hunt is pretty intuitive. Like we just saw it work, right? He attacked, he killed the opposing creature, he got the hunt payoff. Drawing even means I don't lose my other half a heart. If I won the fight though, my heart would heal itself. So that could be a little mini catch-up mechanic. Managing your health. Chameleon's kind of cool. Hunt, I transform into a character one rarity higher than your shop. We have this juiced up slot. We could probably throw him in here and flip him pretty easy and have something kind of nice. We could also grab Hungry Hyena, which I think is a little bit underpowered with where we're at right now. But it would give me an animal as well for the slot sweetening. Or we could take Blackjack, which is a much better card than either of those. Gives us some free treasures and such. I think I'm going to do that. Ooh. An animal and a pirate, you say? Alright. And the parrot gives pirate buffs. Your pirates have hunt, give my slot +3/+3. So now Candy Claws is going to be giving +10/+10 on a successful hunt. Let's see if he... Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, let's grab Jaws. Jaws says, quest, I see 15 characters attack. So that'll just be like a passive thing that I don't have to work at super hard. I'm going to throw him in the back row so we can see more creatures attack before he dies. The Foul Lich doesn't really make much sense now, but that's okay. Everything doesn't have to make sense, right? This was the Blackjack popping off there. The first time he survives damage each fight, get a random common treasure. Who doesn't like value, right? Candy Kiss. Could swap Blackjack into a legendary off that. I think I like that. Oh, not a legendary, a purple. But what a card. So because the card I use turns it into a candy character, and I've been scaling candy, typically this card only gives +3/+0. And then if you buff your fairy abilities, it can get better. But because we made it candy and we've been buffing candy, it's giving like a very large stat right now, which is awesome. Very cool. I think I'm actually going to swap out Foul Lich for this thing. I guess I could just draft it without... Yeah, okay. I would say that this is going very well. Candy Claws got to attack twice. It's so rare that you get to attack twice, but that was sick. And then we got the Jaws quest done already. Just gonna jam this thing. I think if all we did was draft candy spells when we saw them, we would win this pretty handily. Or at least in the top 3. I think we're like locked for top 3 right now. Candy Claws is fucking snowballing. And that Sparkles is doing so much. I've got this like mythic that I want to throw in here, but it means replacing a creature that's like already gotten some Sparkles buffage. Yeah. The Friar Tuck will end up paying off, though, for sure. Especially if I want to cast my candy spells. Ooh, when you recruit a Fae, give your shot +14/+14 for the rest of the game. I'm down for that. I'll grab this chubby cheap guy. Maybe over Foul Lich. Maybe over Blackbeard's Parent. Yeah. He also scales off candy. Each fight, get my slot +45/+45. That's a huge number. And it's because we got +14 there. Sometimes toys scale really hard. But usually the way to beat toys is to just have like some giant fucking creatures. I think we've been doing a good job of getting in that range. The sprinkles would be good. I don't know how thrilled I am about replacing one of my creatures that I've been buffing. But it would be nice to have another creature that's scaling. Oh, Jabberwocky. Fucking love a Jabberwocky. I guess that would be replacing Friar Tuck. I kind of don't want that. I kind of like this build. I'm just gonna not. Yeah, I was hoping Twilight Sprinkles would get some nice attacks in. The getting a free spell off of it plays well with the Friar Tuck. Gives me a little bit more flexibility. Game's pretty close to over, though. We just need to do that one more time on Bulo here. Ooh, a Monstro. I think I'm just gonna super sweet this guy. You see, you look at the ability here, Hunt, get my slot +17/+17. When you golden it, it very often doubles the ability. If the ability of the creature has a stat-based thing there with numbers, it typically doubles it. Sometimes it gives like a flat amount, but it's a nice little hype for golding your creatures. Yeah, if you played Storybrooke Brawl, you'll probably recognize a lot of what's going on. I think this one was more designed for mobile. You see, the opponent was scaling. They had a bunch of relics here. They were doing stuff. They had an engine to get more relics every turn. If the game had lasted another, like, 3 or 4 fights, they might have started coming back and beating me, even though my board was so crazy. First place, though. Feels good. Feels good. You just had the disgusting start of Trash Panda into Gem Mint. Oh, that's so sick. So a lot of times, you get one reroll. That's what this little circle is here. A lot of times when I have already unlocked all of them, I'll reroll and look for one that I haven't unlocked fully, that I don't have the fancy border for yet. But I do enjoy Candy Pandy. The first treasure you discover of each rarity becomes candy. It's just like very satisfying when it pops off, because then that treasure that's usually very shitty and piddly gets to scale with all of your things that scale with candy, and you can get some like really busted starts. It's a champion that like if you have a rough start though, you might just fall behind too fast and just get rolled. So Gingerbread Witch says when you replace me, sweeten your candy. So it's the earliest candy sweetener you can get in the game. We're going to snag it here. Dragonling could give you a quest, which, you know, obviously we want treasures, and you get treasures from quests. That'd be a reasonable start. And Itsy Bitsy Spider just helps you, like, not lose by having the best starting stats. We're going to grab the Witch here. All 3 reasonable pickups is kind of what I was getting at. No quest items. I'll grab my Scrub Fowl. Just trade. Trades are very common. And now we're going to grab Daughter, I guess. Okay, throw a Slappy in here. Gonna lose this fight. Opponent has some nice early game stats. Lance a little. Unfortunate. So the unfortunate thing here is that Lance Little is one of the better ones to get with to get a candy thing. He's got a quest where if he has 10 attack, you find Little Lance, and Little Lance says each fight give all of your slots. So not the creatures, the slots that the creatures sit in. So like permanent buffs. It's kind of like an equipment or an aura just sitting there like buffing that spot permanently. If you candy this and then just like juice it up, then it doesn't matter if your characters all suck because then the slot buff is getting so big. Very cool thing to do. But Candy Panda says the first one of each rarity. So when I draft Lance Little, the daughter's going to flip, and what she does is the one that's going to get candied up here. We're still going to grab the Lance Little. It's still better than... We still got to flip our daughter, but... Oh, I actually might swap out the Witch here. Yeah, and then that gives me a Sweden. And then we'll grab this Wand. Wand at least gives a stat buff. The ones that don't have stats don't really gain anything from being candy. But a lot of the candy sweeteners are spells, so this one should scale pretty well, just so long as we don't die. just so long as we don't die super hard in the early game here. Sweet Breadcrumbs gives you a cinnamon roll every turn. Oh, really? That's actually quite good. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that before. Thanks for the note. See, this is why I fucking love streaming. I learn new shit all the time. Yeah, so typically that spell would just like let you play a spell that lets you see an extra shop. Cinnamon Roll is see an extra shop plus sweeten your candy, so getting one of those every turn would help you scale really fast. I think I'm not grabbing this Cowardly Lion. Probably supposed to Sugar and Spice. Yeah, let's Sugar and Spice. I need to not lose here, if I can avoid it. Let's see what Baby Bear gives me. Ooh, Sweet Gemstone Cavern. That's pretty real. When you buff a slot, give an additional +4/+4. And then when we sweeten our candy, it'll get bigger. Currently, Baby Bear's already doing that. Each fight, give your animals slots +2 health. So now he's going to be giving +6/+4. Pretty big pretty big boost there. I think I'm going to put the Scrub Fowl over. Yeah. Oh, and now the Lance Little. Shouldn't he be flipping? Oh, it needs 10 attack. Okay. Next fight. The Lance Little's ability gives all the slots +1 attack too. So it's going to be... Now this is going to scale with the Lance, which is pretty sick. Hungry Hyena also buffs slots. So we're just going to, just going to do that. It's a thing to do. Candy Claws has been scaling with our sweetness. Still kind of bad. I'm just going to play this because this is going to buff my characters a bit. Yeah, I mostly just need to replace this Slappy with any animal at all, and it's off to the races. Yeah, we're growing. We're growing. Sure. Phil seems just fine. Totally fine. Yeah, just casting like any spell at all is fine when like it gives my characters +2/+3 now. Usually the spell only gives +0/+1. It's usually like this like little piddly thing. At this stage in the game, we really just want to sweeten our candy as much as possible and maybe get some higher end treasure, but it's not even necessary. We can literally just sweeten our candy every turn and watch it do its sweet, sweet thing. Yep, yeah, Little Lance and the Gemstone Garden are doing the thing. Yeah, they're both doing the thing. So Little Lance is giving +5/+4. Hungry Hyena is giving +5/+4 to each permanent. And Baby Bear is giving +4/+6. So every turn, all the slots are getting like +15. which is not bad. Could down came the rain here and collect another 15 in power and toughness on my front line, plus the sweet wand. We could also upgrade like Scrub Fowl with Cheshire Cat, but Cheshire Cat only triggers with Farewell, so like your opponent has to be killing your things for it to trigger. And I feel like that might just not happen because our creatures are getting all buffed and stuff. So I'm just gonna do this. Just gonna be Papa Bear, on the other hand, is another slot buffer. So I think we're going to be losing our nesting Scrub Fowl here. Very tempting to Ice Cream Party. It's another candy sweetener. But I'm just going to keep on buffing slots. And Bunny might be one of the greatest puns you've seen in a while. Yeah, right? It's a pretty good one. The game does have some good puns. It's kind of fun. It's a little fun. I was hoping to find some candy sweetening spells, and that's not happening. But that's okay. Our board is still scaling. Interesting. I wonder how they lost their front row creature. I know there's some late game spells and abilities that'll create gaps like that. Oh man, we could have yet another slot buff here. Let's do it. I think this is like it. I think this is all the animal slot buffers. Oh, that triple trouble could be, well, it could be trouble if we don't win quickly. It scales really hard. A little cherry on top. We'll give this to Phil. And now all of the slot buffs are doing +7/+7 on top of their base. So the Papa Bear is giving +11 to all of them. Oh, we're missing... Oh, no, it's done. We're done. We won. Yeah, if you get a busted start, which this champion's very good at, the Candy Pandy, if you get, like, the right early treasures for him, that she can, like, just, like, snowball like that. If you get a busted start and you just win super hard, that's about as fast as a game goes. But games can go for a long time. Yeah, final turn 10. I think 10's about as early as you can win. If you just crush everybody super bad. I have had games last 20 turns. Where you start with, like, full health, and then you lose a bunch, and then you, like, get some health, and then you gotta grind through your opponent's health. When you sweeten the candy, it's retroactive. Yeah, it's like a static thing. Well, we could Old MacDonald. I think my win rate with Old MacDonald is really bad. Its treasures you find from animals are 1 rarity higher. There are 2 rarities higher if your board is 5 animals. It's a very satisfying character to win with, but you are kind of relying on the RNG of the game if you can actually get treasure from your animals. I'm going to play him because I enjoy him, but I've not had the best of luck. And his base deck is just a bunch of animals, as you'd expect. What's the MMR? You asking like what my MMR is? I'm a little bit, I checked right at the start when I switched over. I'm in like the 300s right now. Before the candy expansion, I was in the top 100 pretty consistently, kind of peaking in the top like 20s and 30s somewhere. After the candy expansion, I had a pretty bad losing streak. Stuff getting shifted around and what. Maybe I'm supposed to Dragonling here. They're both kind of investments in the future, but Dragonling, you're more likely to win this next fight. Yeah, let's do that. Still lost the first fight. That was unfortunate. But the Dragonling got some attacks in. Just gonna Carving Fork. Characters in your shop have +2 attack. I'm actually gonna grab the Foul Lich. It's nice to silver. It's nice to silver and get that stat buff early on. Like we'd be turning a 3/3 into a 6/4 for free. Then you see another free shop, right? Awesome thing to be doing. But Foul Lich is a pretty good early game creature and gains +1/+1 whenever one of your other animals is KO'd. Almost never makes it into the late game comp, but I think it's a little bit better than the Itsy Bitsy Spider. So one way to think about it here is, yeah, you'd Itsy Bitsy Spider, and you'd be getting +3, +1, plus a free shop, which is probably worth another, like, +3/+3 or something. The Foul Lich, you can expect these 3 creatures in front to die, so it's basically already a 7/8, and then every fight after that, it's going to get something similar. So they're both increasing our board in a similar way this turn, but the Foul Lich is going to help us win this next fight, and then after that as well. It's going to help us build a little bit better. Here, Hungry Hyena like has some nice stat buffs, but I kind of want to grab the Scrub Fowl. Get the free shop. Nice. So now we can grab a Hyena or a Bear if we want. I'm going to actually go with Baby Bear. This Puss in Boots is chilling here with like +4 in the first slot already, so buffing toughness makes more sense to me. Nice. Yeah, we got a little lucky there with the opponent's high power creature attacking this character instead of clearing my Foul Lich. We got to win the fight instead of lose it is essentially what happened. I think I'm going to grab a Chameleon. Karma, Chameleon. I would like to apologize for for that. Yeah, and you see the Foul Lich backline doing some work. Sugar Plum Fairy is not a great one to random into off the Chameleon. Kind of need to upgrade these animal slots first, though. I'm going to take Bear. And then it'd be nice to have Phil, but I think I'm supposed to grab the Hungry Hyena. Maybe over the Fairy. I gotta finish the song. I do not. Fortunately, for everyone's ears, I do not, in fact, have to finish the song. I kind of like 2 blind mice. If you upgrade them to gold, they become 3 blind mice, which is hilarious, in my opinion. Just a funny little visual gag. And then when you upgrade them to gold, the buffs on them become tripled. And that includes slot buffs, so the Mama Bear slot buffing would be good with the mice. I could just silver the Baby Bear, though. That's mighty tempting. The Itsy Bitsy Spider kind of has to become something else. So I'm going to invest a pick into it. Ooh. Little Time Top. I like this one. It's like one of the newer base level ones. After you lose 2 fights, transforming into a random treasure of your shop's rarity. I like having some like catch-up mechanics in there. In the early game, if this was like literally the first time you could get a treasure or whatever, I'd probably go with Twin Shot. I like the stat buffs in the early game. But this thing will probably give me a legend. They could have had it start at 1 blind mice. They could have. The thing is, like, usually when you switch to silver, like, you don't get huge stat buffs or anything. It's just the bridge to gold. So I can understand why they didn't. Mockingbird's pretty good. I should add that Mockingbird. Golden Fowl Lich would be nice here in the mid game, but yeah, I'm good. I'm just gonna Mockingbird. Mr. Fox is a little tempting. I think I might leapfrog the Fowl Lich's stats. Leapfrog says when I replace a character, I gain their stats. When a character replaces me, they gain my stats. So we can like store the buff that the Fowl Lich got from the animals dying, and then put it on a better character, a more late game character. We put the Mockingbird in the corner there. Mockingbird gets a buff for however many other animals died, so you want it in the back corner ideally, so that when she dies, she makes the largest animal that she can. Yeah, I don't like any of this. I guess I'm all hands on decking. So the leapfrog is free, and that's tempting because like free is great. Pumpkin Spice Latte is also free, and it says heal a cracked heart, get a bonus shot. I think Pumpkin Spice Latte is like one of the best spells in the game. It's like Time Walk plus. Mousetrap, oddly tempting. I think I'm just gonna Ember here. Note that I have not gained any anything from my passive yet because I haven't gotten any treasures. I have passed up some animal silvers that I maybe should have grabbed. Would have given me a better chance of actually cashing in on my character ability. But this is like one of the issues that I've had with him. Is if you're not actively getting treasure, it doesn't do anything. Goldilocks. Let's Goldilocks this leapfrog. That sounds awesome. Yeah, we can ship Inspector. That's fine. And then alchemy set. Get more golden for my thing. That kind of works. Where do I want Goldilocks? I probably want her here. Juice up this slot for the 2 blind mice a little bit. Hey, I got the Beanie Baby. Golden Leapfrog. Sure. Oh. So because we have 5 animals, so this guy says treasures you find from animals are 1 rarity higher. They're 2 rarities higher if your board has 5 animals. These are all relics that we can't find in the shop. You see the rarity there? That's the secret rarity. So you need to have some special effect to get there. So because I'm getting something that's 2 rarities higher because my board is 5 animals. I actually cracked into the secret rarity. Maybe everything is animal. Maybe everything is an animal. I usually bottled Starlight. Wonderbox is fun too. Whenever you cast a spell on a character, cast on all your characters. World Shrub plays really well with some of the legendary relics that say like all your villains get +20/+20 and stuff. I don't currently have anything like that. But the World Shrub also works really well with my character's ability, because then I can grab any old thing. And if I get treasure off of it, it's going to give me that effect. Yeah, I think World Shrub's more fun, huh? I think Bottled Starlight means you're more likely to make top 3, but we're doing the typal thing, the tribal thing. Oh, hey, immediately rewarded. Your heroes have +20 for each hero you have. So we've got 5 heroes. They're all going to be get 100 +100 +100. Exploding Chest, I fucking love this thing. After you lose a fight, get a rare, epic, and legendary treasure. excellent comeback mechanic. This wouldn't be the bad spot to grab it either with 2 hearts. We're in Excalibur, of course. This is, yeah, look at those stat lines. Look at those stat lines buff up a little bit. Now that's a board, I tell you what. Yeah, take that, Paddington. Treasures you find from animals are 1 rarity higher. I don't know if that counts Ironcast Dragon's treasure. But I don't really have a reason not to experiment with it. I guess I could take Jasmine Dragon. Let's do this. Oh, 3 blind mice, though. Yeah, I think I'm going to Exploding Chest. The Trident was the best with the mice itself, giving you the stat buff literally every turn. So this is the highest thing to buff. So I want Goldilocks in this thing, because the Goldilocks is going to get the plus 54 as well. And I want to buff on the dragon, so he gets his triggered ability. It looks like, yeah, it looks like he doesn't give a shit about Ironcast Dragon, even if Ironcast Dragon is, in fact, an animal. Which, fair enough. Just gonna Lost in the Woods here. Oh, there's another double-double. Yeah, grabbing Ember for some easy treasure would be great, but I'm gonna literally just do what I just did with double-double again. Double-double is such a... This is a very sick spell in multiples when you've been, like, stat buffing. So you see right here, it's plus 91, plus 86, plus 110, plus 110. Both of those slots are gonna get plus 110, plus 110 now. Much better, huh? Now the 3 blind mice is a fucking 942, 909. And we just get to watch 3 blind mice be the biggest fucking thing in the universe. Hey, I'm into that. The thing you're struggling in the game with is the range characters. Like when your opponents have them. That can be annoying. It's nasty when you've got like a real huge honker in the front line, like a 3 blind mice, and then your back row is all ranged. So people have to like attack into that first, and then you just get like chipped down with their back line. One of my favorite support builds is just there's a legendary champion that gives all of your supports ranged, and so then you end up with just like 5 supports, and it's funny to me to see like 3 supports in the front line, but they'll just like chew through everybody. I think we could maybe, through the Looking Glass, the Mama Bear. We are still getting some value off of the +4/+4 every turn with the Goldilocks and everything. I'll do the Mockingbird. Oh boy, a Nessie. Just what I wanted. Some characters are better to random into than others. Nessie might be one of the worst ones. Here we go. Here's the stuff. I think I'm just gonna Doubling Cube. I really, really like Trifork. Trifork's a lot of fun. Give all your characters Treasure Hoard 3. That means they get +1/+1 for each treasure, and it's 3. So right now it would just be, not that much. It would just be 21 each. But each time you discover a treasure each turn, collect all 3. So if I had a Trifork and I saw this, I would be able to grab all 3 of them, and you just stack up a bunch of treasure quickly, and it's very satisfying and fun. Doubling cube is sick here because like our 3-man mice becomes a 1.8k or whatever, and just kind of puts the game out of the way. I'm gonna try fork. It's too fun to pass. It's too fun to. Oh, immediately rewarded. Let's go. Yeah, we got the doubling cube anyway. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. Trash can full of strawberries. Hidden treasure room. Looks like I was wrong about Three Blind Mice's stat line. The doubling cube isn't taking the stat buff that's like passive in play into account. I got another first. Fucking zooming along. Yeah, somebody asked about the MMR. We're 254th now. Had a fairly winning day so far. Let's go this little piggy. Before the Candyland expansion, I thought this little piggy was the best champion available. It's pretty good. Thing in the Ice is very fun. After you lose your first heart, your captain is revealed at random. Its captain powers are doubled. Very sink or swim. It's like oddly rewarding to like win a run as Thing in the Ice without cracking it too. Piggy just gives bonus shops, which is, you know, imagine if you're like drafting in Magic, right? And you get to look at 4-packs and everybody else looks at 3-packs. That's a pretty big advantage. Kind of a mopey first pick there. Despicable Me actually like scales reasonably well. Whenever one of your pirates attacks, give them +2 attack. So he attacks reasonably, and then he's also like buffing your other pirates. It's kind of nice. A little bit of this action, a little bit of this action. I don't know what I want here. I'm not like high on either of these. When I first started playing this game, I thought Secret Map was busted. Survive to turn 12 and get a random legendary treasure. I was like, holy shit. When you first start playing the game, though, you're going to be playing against people that are very bad. So you just, like, can do whatever and survive till turn 12, and then you've got this thing that scales and beats your opponent. The higher elo you get, the less time you have. Like, we saw games earlier that ended on turn 10, right? Like, not just, like, not lasting till 12, but, like, the whole game was ended. Nobody lasted until turn 12, right? Magic Acorn, your sports, all of your front slots can be good in the early game. We don't currently have a support, which makes me iffy on it. I really like the later one you can get where, like, they all buff everything, including themselves, even their background. That's a really good one. I think I'm just going to grab Lesser Mimic. Transforms into a copy of the next treasure you discover. Stash this value away for later. Hope it works out. Grabbing Ember back there would have been reasonable. Ooh. I'm going to do this. I think I'm going to put him here. So Wink says Hunt buffs from Fae give an additional +1/+1 for the rest of the game. Shanty is a Fae that says Hunt give your shot +2/+2. So if Wink connects, this is going to be +3/+3. Like ideally we would see some hunting going on. Katamari's also, because it's all types, kind of like a Chameleon Colossus of this game, right? Or a Mutavault or whatever. That would also get the buff from Wink if Wink manages to connect here. Yeah. Oh no, it wasn't large enough. None of my hunt landed. Damn it. Well, at least Shanty got a buff from Despicable Smee, and we found Pumpkin Spice Latte to heal our heart back up. It'd be nice to get Thorn, because it's free, you know, silver free shop, right? Just get that recruit buff for free, but we're going to Pumpkin Spice Latte. And then this is not a very good pack for me. I'm literally just going to Silvery Moon Shanty, increase the chance that that lands. You could Rose. I think I just want a Toady. Give the next legendary recruit +15/+15. That's a pretty reasonable buff. to stash later in the game. And at least Shanty connected here. So Wink still hasn't connected, which is a bad sign. Yeah, I guess I want that. Sure. Nightshade's reasonable. Ship Inspector doesn't do anything for me. I might actually replace Katamari. Just get like that 7 toughness there. Alright. God damn it. So here, like, if Wink had gotten to attack, it would have had a 1 in 3 of successfully hunting, but the Wicked Witch just fucking just soloed me, essentially. just rocked my world. Yeah, I don't think the Wink is gonna get to do the thing. Let's True Love's Kiss the Nightshade. Scarecrow's not the worst if we can live. It's a quest thing. You just have to pick things. Hey, Bill, how's it going? Yeah, I think because, like, my first few fights didn't get off the ground, my attacks didn't land. Because that happened, like, now Shanty and Wink aren't going to do anything. They're just, like, too far behind. They're just, like, not large enough. So I think we actually replaced them, even though we had a whole strategy and build in mind there. This is not going to happen. Just going to try and salvage whatever it is that I'm doing here. Huh. Yeah, I guess. Nice. We traded. Nice to not lose for once, huh? there was a lot of fight losing in a row there. Mockingbird's not terrible here. Even though we're not, like, really an animal build. I kind of want an egg. What about Viking Longhouse? Advent Calendar just, like, passively gives you treasure, as does this one. But like Viking Longhouse, if the Shanty can connect, could do a little something for me. Bring Wink back in. It's your time, Wink. It maybe went disastrously before, but now this is the time. Hey, look, he got it off. He got it off. Don't do that. Oh, hey, he lived. Yeah. Fuck. This is this is not a board I'm about to beat anytime soon. Yeah, sometimes you just faceplant into someone who has, like, an actual good build, and you're like, yeah, okay, well, GG. GG. I need a bathroom break, and then I have time for one more run here. One more run. Our win rate today has been really good. I think we had, like, 2 or 3 first places and a second place and that 4th place. Let's keep this up. Oh, man. You know what I realized? I forgot to blast my referral link. Where did I get that? Ah. If any of y'all are interested in checking this game out, I should make a command for that. Was it Adcom Galaxy? Oh my god, I just typed and lost all of my fucking type. Add command, exclamation point, Galaxy. Check out Once Upon Galaxy. I really like how this game's monetized. One cool thing is like everything you're spending lets you like access a new character a little sooner, or lets you get like cosmetics and stuff. It is not something that you have to spend money on at all. But a lot, sometimes I'll like buy a new set or whatever just to like send them money because I appreciate that, because I appreciate you're not like getting hit with a bunch of ads and stuff. It's like a real game. See if this works. Yeah, I should make something in the stream description. Give them a permalink. They're sponsoring me for the next month. One day a week, I'm gonna be streaming. Very similar to this. This is gonna be my last run of the day. I've got to take a shower and get ready and stuff. But I'd like to. I'd like next week to go longer and have like a 3 or 4 hour Once Upon the Galaxy sesh. Really sink our teeth into it. Maybe Friday night. When you silver or golden me cast a spell. Sure. Lost the 50-50 there. Depending on how the creatures attack, we could have traded evenly. Slapping, nice early game stance. When he's attacked, give me +1 hit health. I like putting him in this spot because your characters attack from left to right. So if you put him here, then he'll attack and trade immediately. He won't get his buff. But you put him over here, these other creatures attack first. Meanwhile, the opponent has a better chance to attack him, right? Pretty straightforward. But I have seen people put him in the wrong slot, so worth mentioning. Nice. And you see how we won that fight, so our cracked heart became a whole heart. That's good stuff right there. That's good stuff. See if this chameleon does a little something for me. See if he flips into something good. I almost like Morgan Le Fay. Let's jam her, huh? We'll get a little jam. Nice. Chameleon gets to flip. And we just trade evenly. We got a Fairy Godmother, which is not great, but like not the worst. We'll put Morgan up there so she can get a nice chance of the first attack, little sniper shot. I think I want the Rage Mage here. And then we're just gonna Buff that slot. Nice. Easy. Collect my silver. Achilles has this ability, Hunt, give me and your other characters +4/+2. Can be very good, but the Farewell just like buffs the opponent's squad. So if he doesn't actually connect with his Hunt ability, it's kind of a disaster because he Anthemed the opponent's team. But if he gets to connect every turn, it can be a really nice mid-game champion. We have this slot buff too. Could work out really well. Let's try it. Why not? Why not? And then I'm just going to Grotto that slot. Blackjack would be nice to grab. Get some random treasures flowing. We're just going to buff this Achilles. Hope that increases the chance he gets to do the thing. Nice. Just the world of difference between that guy connecting and not connecting. Collect my silver. Yo, guys, is that a new game or a dead game? Once Upon a Galaxy? Once Upon a Galaxy is fairly new. They just had a very large expansion. But, yeah. See people posting their runs on social media sometimes. The top ELO rankings also have like thousands of players and stuff. So you imagine lower down, like you can't even see where your ranking is unless you're in the top 2,000. So lower down, there must be just like a pretty wide and active player base. Let's grab this Masterwork Scrolls. Buff from spells, get +2/+2. It's good with like whole buffs, but even like the targeted things to trigger the Rage Mage will get some value maybe. Like here, I'm just going to buff Achilles. Easier or harder than a game like Marvel Snap? I've never played Marvel Snap. It was mobile only until semi-recently. Yep, yeah, the last like month or two. I actually streamed it before it was downloadable off of Steam. You could request a code, and I streamed it with like a slimmed down version of the game. They made some adjustments to make it more stream friendly, which is cool, which I appreciate. Do we simply keep on collecting our silvers? I suppose. Midas Touch. Let's go ahead and Midas Touch the Achilles, huh? And now he's going to be giving +8/+4. Mirror Mage seems pretty good with what we're doing here. So even though we're downgrading that slot, I'm still going to grab him. Oh, it also runs on Steam Deck and Linux? Hell yeah. Well, we lost that fight, but that's okay. Yeah, let's get our mage doubling. Feels like a game that you'd be inclined to play a little bit here and there on the deck. Yeah. So I found this game by like just asking on Blue Sky. Hey, I'm looking for another mobile game. Me and my wife's like sleep schedules don't like quite align, so usually we'll socialize for a bit at night, watch a movie or something, or like a episode or two of a show, and then she'll pass out, and I won't be able to sleep for like at least another hour or so. And sometimes, depending on how tired I am, I might want to get up and go to my computer and play real games, but sometimes I just want to like lay there in the dark and play some games on mobile. So I just asked on social media. I was like, hey, anyone have any recommendations? And this one was recommended. And I ended up putting just gobs of time into it, and like way too much time, an embarrassing amount of time. It's a fun one though. Yeah, I suppose I'm fine with that. One's boards are getting scary. Cool. Won that fight pretty handily. Take that, Sludge Slurper. We get to flip our Mirror Mage. Who is not feeding us any spell-based relics, but Advent Calendar might do something that helps us later. So we're just going to grab that. Basically, at the start of your turn, you get a treasure. Now, Lost in the Woods gives you a free shop. Elminster says cast 2 more spells in a single turn, and then I'll get that quest. The Lost in the Woods just guarantees it. We can just cast any spell from the next... Yeah. Which gives us that legendary treasure, and I don't know what I want to grab here. The Chaos Star, your villains get +20/+20 for each villains you have. We have 2 villains here, so they both get +40/+40. That'd be like a pretty serious stat buff. Starstone buffs all of the slots. I kind of like the Hand of Midas. Make a random character golden on your first shop each turn. Just a good way to get a lot of treasure really early. I think with where we're at with like 3 hearts to give and stuff, I think the Hand of Midas scales better than the other 2. I think we have time to take advantage of all those treasures. Oh, could have done that, Armoric, for sure. Well, we immediately got our gold. I think I'm going to be ditching the Rage Mage. I guess I'll grab Bunyan's Anks. Double doesn't super appeal to me. It's not the worst. I think I'd rather silver my Elminster. Could Midas touch him for +10/+10. I don't think that's quite worth it. Especially because if you golden Navi, then you'll get a heart back, so certainly a valid one. Okay, I guess we'll just double here. I kind of want to get this Achilles out of my build, but I can't really. Well, at least we got another connect there. Traded off. Perfect. Is mix and match a thing I want to do? I don't think so. Yeah, I wonder if I should just lose the Achilles right now for Fairy Dragon. Because we're going to get a lot of treasure, I think. Yeah. Snag that. Golden my Elminster. Snag this. Let's explode some fucking chests, huh? Oh, the Morgana should be on the left. Make sure she gets her ranged attack in. We're going to get destroyed this fight regardless. I don't think it super matters. She got her attack in anyway. And now I'm going to get 2 extra shops this time. Suppose. Boots of Magic Find makes a lot of sense to me. Poison Apple can be really nice for some late games. Makes some very difficult late games pretty easy. I'm going to Boots of Magic Find, though. Plus 34, plus 34. The issue is losing the Fairy Dragon. I might just play the spell. Spirit of Vengeance. Yeah, we don't have anything like that. Down to half a heart. Not sure I'm going to be able to come back here, actually. Is another treasure going to help more? Or giving my champs plus 14 plus 12, is that going to help more? That's kind of close. Widow's Web. Pretty good. Yeah, I think their critters are just a little too large for me here. Dang. We have the fun thing about this run is that we had all those treasure generators. It's really fun to get new toys to work with every time, every turn. Yeah, it felt like a third place run once we like reached the late stage. That's one of the issues with spells is like unless you have a way to like flip your build once you start getting into the late stage, it can be very if you get there and it's you're not scaling as hard as other builds. So usually you want to try to win in the early game if you can. Anyway, thank you everybody for watching. Fucking plug the game one more time. My referral link. Obviously, if you're gonna check out Guardians of the Galaxy anyway, if you use my link, that's sweet. It like lets them know that they should keep on sponsoring me, and it's a sweet game. I enjoy streaming it. Next Friday is my plan for more Once Upon a Galaxy. That is my plan. Get a few more hours of this in. The sweet set. But I'm done for the day. I'm gonna go get my lunch. I'm gonna go get my medal on.